I had to update Windows today. And let's just say that I wish I'd started the shift to Linux sooner. I mean, I'm already planning on doing it. But, damn. Some people do just live like that. LibreOffice working. I'm also going to be experimenting. Well, okay, so I've got 4 programming projects that I need to finish. But only 2 of them are necessary for the switch to Linux. So yeah. While your plan has broadly been experimenting with Python as a medium, you have truly been exploring are possible. I hate Windows so much now. Largely, this has been very um, granted, the variations on mana tokens and the various experimental reagents have been interesting. Uh, There's like some weird typo thing where what's up with check YouTube's plan? That looks right. Okay. Hope that works, maybe? Oh. Uh, 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 Granted, the variations in mana potions and the various experimental reagents have been interesting, but you say, you recognize that even with the golden hills roads, the magical plants and animals. So the magical plants you have access to are still quite precious. Uh, uh, Magical plants you have access to are still quite precious. Um, and expensive. Even for you, blind experimentation would simply be weeds. But there are, but you are. Uh, 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 That's you are also well aware of the have proven invaluable. Oh. Okay, this is gonna be another one of those damn bots. Come on, post so that I can boot you. Actually, can I just ban you? No, I can't ban you. Oh, and I didn't watch that. I'm guessing Claire Obscure won a bunch of stuff. That's the meme I've been seeing. Let's see. Claire Obscure, blah blah blah. View all categories, yada 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 yada. There's game directions, Claire Obscure. Narrative, yep, Claire Obscure. Art direction, Obscure. Obscure. Why is Battlefield 6 here? Here. Doom the Dark Ages, cool. I believe there was something to do with accessibility in that one. I don't recall right now. South of Midnight. Best ongoing No Man's Sky. That's definitely worth the win. They've come a long way. Baldur's Gate for community support. Okay. Indie game. They're obscure. Debut indie game. Obscure, yeah. Mobile game. It's Umamusume. AR, VR. Yep. For mobile game. Action game. 80s 2. Best action adventure. Hollow Knight Silk Song. Okay. Best RPG. They're obscure. Best fighting. Fatal Fury. Best family game. Okay. I think Split Fiction probably was better. Final Fantasy Tactics. Wasn't that like that was a remaster with like good voice stuff. So if this was really all of the competitors, then I guess that does actually make sense why that won. Yeah. Our creators and best multiplayer. Meh. Best adaptation. Most anticipated game. Grand Theft Auto isn't even out. That doesn't count. Or is this that's just it's been announced, I guess. Content creator of the year. Okay. Best esports game. Counter-Strike 2 winning forever. Best esports athlete. Yeah. Hey, why is Faker not on here? Did Faker not compete this year? I feel like he should win by default. Best esports team. Player voice. Wait, I guess she does have a voice. It's just not. Okay, whatever. Meh. When because quite possible YouTube. Right. We have do the update, work a little bit more on the story. Basically, the goal for the story right now is so I have this planned out stuff, right? Out to past February 2994 in the story, which is, I believe, another chapter after this, and then a few more chapters after that, right? Then I want to get back to working on the transition to Linux, because I just got rudely reminded that Windows is trying to shove AI in my face. because they put Copilot in my fucking notepad. So, yeah, I should probably start prioritizing stuff to, get out ahead of that. But yeah, I've got a couple of things up for Bolin. So I want to get to the end of the Bolin arc and on to arc 3, which is well, it's not really. Yeah, I just realized, like, I was thinking about I was worried about buying RAM for for my plans for the new year, but then I remembered, hey, I upgraded my RAM, like about a year and a half ago. I still have the sticks. I still have a 32 gig kit of DDR5 sitting in my cupboard. And I checked, and I still have it. So, I don't actually need to buy RAM for my plans on plans for maybe we'll see, because like I have plans for March that I'm still trying to work out. I'm not sure if I want to move that up or not, because I looked into some of the rumors surrounding the Radeon 10,000 series release date, and they're starting to look at end of next year, not start of next year. And I'm thinking what that means for my plans, right? Like, I know I want to get a new GPU start of next year. I'm hoping prices go down a little bit more, but I'm probably going to have to pick up an RX 9070 XT anyways, or what do you call it? Intel card. I'm thinking of doing one Intel, one Radeon card for the final setup for next year, but that requires me doing a lot of setup. But yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff lined up. I think I have most of the parts necessary. I've got I think I just need to pick up the cases, well, like the stuff, and I think a power supply, and I'm good. So I think I can get halfway there fairly easily, and if I don't mind spreading out the upgrade cycle, I can probably get everything set up in like in a bit. No, I have my current setup, and I have so this setup's about 3 years old now. It's still pretty decent, but the GPU is failing on me. The CPU is still great, good cooling, good it's like good motherboard, good power supply. Everything is great on that. But I want to switch. I want to go. I want to change. I want to, for my own purposes, do a rack-mounted rack mount. But yeah, I want to do a setup like PC. I want to do a setup like this in one of those like racks. I want to do a setup kind of like this with my main computer and then a secondary computer, right? And then basically what I'm going to do is I haven't fully set up everything, right? I want to have my secondary computer be like a NAS and file, like NAS/file server, and also like a couple of other things like a Docker container for local LLM processing, because I want to make it so that it can handle my... I want to switch to local vocal instead of my current Google-based captions. And then I also want to fully switch to Linux at some point. So so one of the possible options I have for I'm looking into a few options for my model tracking. I kind of don't want to just like end up resorting to a PNG tuber for a while, which is still an option, I guess. PNG tuber / like Fugi or whatever for a while I get that set up. I'm actually considering doing that more generally, so that if I do go traveling again, I might be able to stream a little bit, but I don't know. Also, I want to fully replace StreamerBot because I'm getting more and more frustrated with StreamerBot, really. I'd like to have the whole thing be more overall streamlined and effective. Like, I don't like the fact that StreamerBot is a separate program. Yeah. So, basically, plan 1 is I want to replace StreamerBot because StreamerBot's a Windows application. It doesn't fully work on Linux anyways. So I want to replace StreamerBot with a separate program that, with a new program that, yes, it's technically a separate program, but the primary interface is through an internal web, an internal web server that returns HTTPS calls. And the reason for that is that I want it to be able to just like be plugged into OBS, right? Because currently the way that my OBS is set up is that I have like all of my stuff in the corner here because StreamerBot has like a really bad habit of just like losing connection to Twitch and YouTube. So what I want to do is I want to do Twitch. I want to do Twitch through IRC. I want to do YouTube through that one. Put that into a unified chat, and then have that available in through a control panel on OBS, right? And then it'll be integrated in OBS because OBS has a web browser thing on it. It'll automatically link to YouTube. It'll show which you have an option for you'll have a couple of options for how the chats generate or whatever, but effectively it means that all of the controls for I don't know, I'll probably call it like orgbot or something like that will be in there, and then I'll probably hook it up with an extra script thing so that maybe I can have some moderation stuff, I guess. I don't really have too much moderation. I just have some automation stuff that's useful. So, yeah. And then, so yeah, I'm making my own streamer bot because there's some stuff about the current way streamer bots run that I'm not a fan of. I'd like my version to be completely open source. Also, I want it to be deliberately cross-platform, right? And that's part of why I'm doing it with this weird little web interface thing. Because with the web interface, it's just it automatically does overlays. So my current overlay with the stream chat and everything, I can just port that into my streamer bot overlay, and I can say, hey, you can just so in this thing there will be a file path where you can set a folder path to, hey, this is the file path to the so this is the working directory and file path for the stream overlays. This is the working directory and file path for the chat panels. This is the This is the stuff for the control panels, right? And it's going to have a unified control panel with automatic synchronization between YouTube and Twitch, at least like the way I do it, right? Because for me, one of the things I really don't like about StreamerBot is that for some stupid ass reason, their messages, like when they trigger, they don't have like, at least I haven't been able to properly figure out how they do conditional logic, right? There's, I guess in theory, there's like some kind of thing where you can say, hey, like, there's like an if-else thing that I have no idea, but, or you can do it in C#, which is why. Point is, I don't like it, and I want to have it. I want to basically have the system be way simpler for me to interact with. I want it to be more. I want it to be more, say, way simpler and also way more extensible. Because the way I'm going to be doing it is, I'm going to do the whole thing in a little Go program that basically just runs a local server, and yeah, more in my control, but also more generally available. Because basically, what I'll be doing is I'll say, hey, if anybody wants this, here's the code. Here's also Windows and a Linux, say, and you can export it to Windows and Linux. I'm going to be using like all internal. I'm going to be having like the base code available, right? And I'm going to be setting it up so that StreamerBot is like fully, what's it called? No, the way is, it's not really noble, right? It's just me being annoyed. It's me not wanting to learn the weird ass decisions that StreamerBot has set up, right? Like, I don't know why StreamerBots failure behavior for not being able to reconnect, say, not being able to connect to Twitch chat is, oh, I'm dead, sorry, you need to go and manually reconnect. Ugh. So that's one thing. Also, I have no idea why the hell it's in C#. You can, there are better options for that. Also, I have no idea why it has a GUI, right? That's the stupidest thing about it, right? StreamerBot doesn't need a GUI. It needs some control interface, but you already have a little web server thing there, right? For handling for handling all of that stuff. Like, where the hell are you doing that in? So why the hell are you like messing around with like all of this nonsense? Just operate normally. Not a big deal. But yeah, I think the big way mine would technically be worse is that I would only be personally supporting YouTube and Twitch, but at the same time, I'm also going to be just like setting it up in a specific way so that it is super extensible. And yeah. So, meh. Basically, I'm going to just set it up that says, hey, here's the thing that handles all of the programs. So all of the chat stuff, right? And it's got Twitch and YouTube right now, but if you want anything else, just add it, and there is like a clear way by which it operates for all local operations, and that's like super modular, and it's a fixed format that's very easy to use. And yeah, I have no idea why that's so difficult. The alveolar. The other thing that I want to do, and I'm not sure because I've been experimenting with LibreOffice Writer as of recently, and if it turns out to be good enough, I won't need to do my spell check program, but I still kind of want to do it because I still want to do it for Citrine. I want to go back to Citrine at some point. Because I still don't like the way that Obsidian, like, apparently Obsidian used to have a better dictionary system, right? At least better in my opinion. Because I use Obsidian for my writing projects, right? Which means I might have vocabulary that is specific to a single project that needs to be valid in that project. But I don't want to add it to my global dictionary to all my projects, right? So, let's see. Well, you have... Well, actually take those. Examining of the yeah. So, though, actually, on the note of Citrine, I've been thinking about something, right? When I wrote this story, so when I was writing the previous chapter, I came up with something interesting, which is Vision Core, right? This is supposed to be Jun's office equivalent. And I kind of realized that my stupid idea here might actually be legitimately better than the actual Office products that exist, right? Because like every Office product I've seen is a shitty copy of Microsoft Office, and Microsoft Office is a shitty copy of old Microsoft Office with better spell check. So I'm thinking, could I actually make Vision Core a thing? Right? At least like notes, presentation, workbook, records. I could probably set up like... the big thing is workbook and records. As well as like presentation. I guess the thing is, these three programs are designed to kind of work together. The idea being that records is like a big SQL style database. It's got an efficient system for laying out memory. It's really nice. Workbooks is like kind of basically Excel. It's like a easy to handle, programmable system, but the way that it handles cell functions is that it has like a logic block that is easy to write in instead of the weird function bar that exists in Excel. I have no idea why in the world that's how they decided to write that. And then we have presentation, which is PowerPoint, but the idea is that you can directly reference data from workbooks to show in this, and I'm thinking that would actually be a pretty cool thing if I could get it to work. But that's like a longer term plan. After I finish like my 4 other plans. And hey, maybe someone will see this and just make it for me. The idea is freely available to anybody who wants it. And well, you have actually the recent talks, you have solid idea on this particular species is more common to the northern parts of the and happens to live in is exceptionally prone to wildfire, largely in part to this that is supernaturally at all times. Easily drying wood and surrounding in the to easily safe, which in turn easily Uh, usually drawing wood and other drawing 6 leaves that fall around their vicinity. That in turn quite easy. Apparently, the plants are quite capable of surviving the ensuing inferno. Are often far more dangerous than your usual. Yeah. However, that is not the capable. That input. Only is the fact that these fonts seem are quite capable of dividing, or at least the portion under the ground. The portion, the plants. The entire on ready to go. Start. And then new. New stem. Let's see. Will run. For all that being able to generate warmth is interesting, it is also a fairly simple exercise for any maiden. What is far more valuable is some means of resisting fire the same way that the root did. Method rule. Spacebattles. Resisting fire the same way that the boots do. Even ignore the possible combat use cases, you can see form in magic that affects you than you do. Even your water breathe. After people can learn how and even hold or what. There are very few who passively defend. Passively is. Hey Muffin, how you doing? I don't think I caught your stream today. How was things? Ooh, nice. Ooh. Did you get any PBs? Okay, did you place then? Any good leaderboard scores? Ooh, nice. Ooh, yikes. Do you log back in? Like for YouTube Music? Yikes. Yeah. I hadn't realized it was like turning up that soon. Just to confirm, you are going to like music.youtube.com, right? The YouTube Music app? Okay. Yeah, if it's booting you off of that, that would be a pain. Ugh. You said that, what, you'd be able to do it for 4 months or something? Is that a good ah? Is that a good ah or a bad ah? That is annoying as hell. Why the YouTube Music app though? Ooh. Well, time to like build up your like downloaded music library. I'm assuming you have like a normal computer where you can just download the songs you usually listen to. Oof, unfortunate. You know. Okay. Let me just suggest that you put on your tricorn hat and raise a certain jolly flag, and just get the music off of. Just like search song download. It'll come up. Like it's not that difficult to find stuff like that. Like. It is not difficult to download it to something like. I don't know what the Android version of. I don't know what the Android version of the little music app on iPhone is, but you should be able to just load MP3s onto your phone. This is why you don't stream everything, right? Because at some point, if you like the stuff, it's gonna go away. It doesn't take a significant length of time to download music that way. Can't you download? I'm fairly certain that there's a Spotify app for Android. I don't know. I've never actually found the YouTube music feed being all that good, honestly. Like almost every song I listen to, I have specifically searched out, and I have a playlist called Liked Music with like some 300 songs on it. 300 songs on it, and then that's just downloaded. Let's say that's just like on my phone, and I don't need to worry about streaming for shit. Yeah. I guess so. No, but I might give them a shot. Did we ghost? West Coast. Okay, let's see. Loading. How the fuck is Vivo still a thing? God, that was a thing back when, like, the old days of YouTube. Uh... Interesting. Not particularly my jam, but nice. Night. Let's see. I believe you have. Awakening sounds really good. I'm listening to Awakening, and that is really good. Give it a shot. Okay. Progress 0 to 6 on 10. Progress. Uh, your initial moves along quite quickly. Oh, that sucks. By the way, my plans for switching to Linux have just been re-solidified. I had a Windows update today that shoved. Ooh, yikes! But yeah, I had a Windows update that shoved Copilot into friggin' Notepad. I don't know who decided that Copilot was needed in Notepad, but I would like Windows to friggin' get off their high horse. So I might actually switch to a Fugi for an earlier switch back to... Oh, that makes sense. But yeah, I might switch to a Fugi just so that I can switch to Linux sooner. But then I still need to do my streamer bot replacement. It's very hard to lose long fight. Ooh, yikes. Plug it in. This surprisingly wrong. Promising. It's there. Yeah. I feel like phone batteries have gotten like actually decent lately. Like since I got my what do you call it? My 15 a couple years back. I've had it on the 18% battery health mode, and it usually lasts all day with no issue. But yeah, so let me see what I can pull up your account age here. Can I? No, I need to pull it up here. 1 second. 18th November 2024. What's that? That is a little over a year. It's almost a year and a month. No worries. Hey Zed, how you doing? There is a clear means of isolating the appropriate parts of the plot, and the roots are actually already edible. Apparently, pairing Your notes mention something about a firewire that the locals made with it. Yikes. No worries. But yeah. I'm planning on making a replacement streamer bot that I think will be better than the current streamer bot because it will be doing a couple of things different that I think should be done differently. Mention something with firewire. Right, that mainly JSM got it. Replicating that mainly. Ooh, nice. Look, Muffin, if you're going to trap yourself with your thoughts, Muffin, if you're going to trap yourself with your own thoughts, that's your fault. I know there has to be like an Android music app, right? Android music app. Not streaming. Music player. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Google Music Manager or VLC. Oh, use VLC. And you can just get get a bunch of songs that you like and download them onto your phone. You can't you sideload the app maybe? Give me a second. Like, how does the parental control thing works? How does the parental control thing work? I'm trying to see how it's set up. No, I'm just. Oh, okay. Then it will be kind of. I'm assuming that it's the built-in parental controls in Android. Yeah, through. Okay, yada yada yada. Parental controls, easy to set pins, screen time limits, downtime limits, locks, filter. Yeah, you could totally sideload VLC. Oh, Muffin lives in Australia, where they just banned all social media for anyone under the age of 16. Which means that Muffin no longer has access to YouTube Music, which they listen to a lot. Apparently, they can't install, they can't download new apps to their phone, or something like that. Anyways, so I'm assuming that... Yeah, that's what I suggested. I suggested you're hiring some music and grabbing, and grabbing, VLC to play just like downloaded music. Like the actual files and not streaming it. Oh. Yeah, I randomly came across VLC, and I know I'll use that on my computer all the time. So, but if you're saying Museo is good, then that's probably a good option. Granted, replicating that really gives you... Ooh. So Muffin, before you like say while you're still messing around with that, I'd suggest googling how to sideload apps, which I believe is just on your computer, downloading VLC or Zed recommended Museo, MUZIO, or music player, and you can just have local files instead of having to stream everything. And I think those should be fine. Like if you go through if you sideload the app, it should work without it should bypass parental controls, at least to my knowledge. And you will learn more about how your phone works, which is always a good thing. Sounds good. You shall save yourself from the voices in your head. No. If Muffin's using like a downloaded music player like VLC or I assume Museo, I still have no idea what that is. Right? Yeah, it's an MP3 player. Those would not be banned by the government. They might be annoying to Muffin's parents, but it wouldn't be illegal because the ban is only on social media platforms. I don't know why they consider YouTube Music a social media platform in the first place, but meh. Replicating that mainly gives you the opportunity mainly gives you the ability to warm people. To generate in the imbiber. Ooh, what happened? Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, like, at least for me, getting rid of jackasses is a really easy thing to do, because I don't actually care if my stream grows a lot. But, like, ultimately, even if you do want to grow your streaming audience, you do need to get rid of the jackasses, because you're not the only person that jackass is bothering at the end of the day. It's also the other people who are watching who might not enjoy the jackasses, like, thing. Yeah. Some people are just, kidding. For short period. What you now have this idea on how to progress on this. Some experiments with jacking the result concoction. Just that the alcohol more readily binds to the forming. So perhaps it could be possible to preferentially extract the resistance via a more active place. Now I just need to come up with the things to do. I'm gonna be right back. Okay. Hey Dune, how you doing? I'm just finishing up the update. By the way, I have like a massive plan for the upcoming stuff in this. By the way, why didn't you tell me that Illyria makes Helm kind of redundant for Jin? Because I accidentally found out that despite me initially deciding to make, because Jun has no, like, this was going to be a story where Jun had only gained access to Helm after, like, Helm already happened, kind of. I still have no idea how that was going to go, but now it really changed a lot of my plans for how I'm going to be handling the upcoming story on that front. The Illyrian Phalangiate. Apparently, so it's not like technically canon, but it's also not like not canon. But this guy apparently found a helm, like another Castle Brian on Illyria, right? That had a memory core near identical to the Helm core. Right? So this is technically Apocrypha. But I completely accidentally ended up with Jun being here. And it just kind of makes sense that, like, for some of... it kind of, like, helped me make a decision in some of the later stuff for how Jun in the Inner Sphere is gonna go. So... that is on the page for Pedro Ellingson, right? He's like this minor character who who's like a lost tech hunter, and in the Apocrypha for this character in 3033 apparently found a Castle Brian on Illyria, which kind of makes sense because Illyria is supposedly known for having what do you call it? Starleague caches, right? So, like, I have a bunch of plans surrounding... So, like, right now, what's kind of happening with Jun is... I'm doing a bit of a time skip for about 18 months in story. Following Grayson's departure from Bolin. Which is Jun skilling up and, like, catching up on some of their projects. But, like, some of the big things is they are going to invent the Kortom, which is a re-entry capable missile that is capable of active and passive flight. So, that is in like part of the chapters that haven't been released yet, Jun kind of notes that smaller, so it's not actually a significantly larger payload than a normal what's it called? Than a normal Cosmo missile. So it still does about 10 damage. No, it's closer to a Arrow 4, right? So in tabletop terms, it does about 10 damage, right? It's like the missile's the size of a person, more or less. It isn't like one of the tiny things that you can shove like 500, shove 50 of them into a mech. This is like a missile the size of a person. That's like even the base Osmo is pretty large, since it's supposed to be able to be fired for it's supposed to be able to fly for 50 kilometers, right? Maybe. Yeah, 50 kilometers. Range 50 kilometers. But yeah, this is the kind of thing that I guess now that I saw that again, technically it's supposed to do 20 damage. Base damage. Wait. Or I guess max say max payload equals damage 20. Normally part of the payload. Normally only half for additional fuel to hit 50k. Normal max say with full payload. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. As you consider plans for the upcoming week, messenger returns from the sea. They have approved the construction. A short distance away from the capital. Which reminds you. Oh god, I hate these people. Why are there so many bots? Like, what do you even get out of it? I mean, it's not even that, right? It's like saying, hey, come go to my Discord, which is, I'm assuming, some sort of like weird phishing scam? But, I don't know. Irritating. But yeah, so couple. So I guess yeah. The plan. So, Dune, would you be interested in hearing my plans for the upcoming big events, or because I kind of want some feedback on how I'm having some of the players react, right? I'm just trying to figure out if the timeline is appropriate. So yeah, basically, the idea for the plan is that Jun, so it goes back to some of the earlier stuff that I've been writing, and that I just posted in the last chapter of uh of you go over here of Mattis, which is the interactions with Illyria in this one. And remember, I talked about how Illyria has like some level of some level of dropship production. Jun's always kind of been interested in dropships as a technology. It's been brought up a couple of times before. So Jun has created a collection of technologies with the goal of, in order to kind of start another like sister company to Ven Industrial, which is Ven Interstellar, right? So all of the companies are all called Ven, by the way. You've got Ven Interstellar Technologies, you've got Ven Information Technologies, and you got Ven Industrial Technologies. The only one that isn't a VIT is Vital, and that's still technically Ven Industrial Technology, so it's VIT Arms Laboratories. So, Jin has fun with with their naming scheme. But yeah, point is, they have improved dropship seats that reduce the impact of G-load during takeoff and landing or re-entry, as well as like enhanced maneuvers and stuff like that. They have this stuff, which is an improved version of the Shroud that uses some of the armor tech from the Razat to basically have instant deployable space stations, and Jun is working on, based on the Higgs technology, a version of the ALAT that has free aiming, which is really huge because the redirect, like the mirror assembly, is one of the most complex and most largest sources of heat in the whole ALAT array, which means that Jun's micro ALAT, which ends up being called the what do you call it? Calls the Hivar, is it's not Hivar, it's the alts. Yeah, the alts is going to end up being basically like a hyper effective ASF ASF laser weapon. Point is, all of this is being built up in. So these are basically like shipping container sized boxes that you can drop out of the side of a dropship, and it'll automatically deploy into what amounts to 100-meter grav deck in space, right? Well, it's dual like two counter-rotating grav decks, and station keeping equipment based on solar sails. So you can just pick an entire space station out into the like the jump points, like the zenith and nadir jump points. And Jun's plan is to create to sell this to jump ship traders as a station that the locals can really easily set up, because it's also paired with like a Ven interstellar small craft that can ship materials to this jump point station, and you can effectively double jump ship throughput, because it normally takes a week to recharge the jump ship, but it also takes a week each way for your dropship to get to the planet most times, often more than that, right? So if you have your if you have these like jump stations, yeah, it varies a lot on the planet. It can go anywhere from like I think the smallest I've seen is 2 days, but the highest I've seen is also like 21. So I'm thinking that like a week median seems reasonable. But yeah, that's still 2 weeks for the round trip, not including any trading time. And you can instead replace that with, hey, before the jump ship even drops by, you can have the small craft start lugging crap up to the jump station, and then you have a really easy trading environment because you've got these nice 100-meter jump decks, grav decks in space, and all of that. And you can do all of your trade there, and you can severely improve jump ship throughput, and that would be a huge deal for logistics in the inner sphere, right? Because suddenly your each jump ship is effectively 2 jump ships worth of logistics, right? For I think anything except for a major planet where the like I think it's L3 Lagrange point is properly mapped out. I think that's the only case where this would not significantly save time. But in every other case, this would mean that jump ships would save like up to it would save significantly on travel expenses. Plus, for the colonial side of things, Jun is developing a bunch of like really cheap and easy space infrastructure. The big thing is the I mean, they're really cheap and they're modular, so you can just like wrap a few of them to each other. Yeah, but like imagine that 100-day planet where you know that, hey, there's a jump ship that's going to be coming by in a few months. Let's just go send the small craft out with our stuff, and suddenly that planet is no longer a huge deal to trade with, right? Because now, instead of having 100 days to get to the planet, it's suddenly, oh, we're still only here for a week to recharge, and then we can dip. But the other big thing is for the planets, the spacecraft that Jun is working on, I have no idea where I put it, is it means that you have really easy access to orbital infrastructure, like I I know I named it. Is it? I think. Oh, here, NoCloud. The NoCloud systems, which can be really easily deployed. They do communications. They do GPS. They do like space-based. Say they do space-based radar, so they can do and like jump ship detection, right? So they can detect incoming jump ships. They can detect incoming drop ships. They can like monitor your airspace, and they also do ground penetrating radar scans, which means that they can detect ore deposits in the planet, which is also really useful, right, for developing industry. And they're also hooked into the cross orbit system. Yeah, but they're also cheap, right? They're based on Jun's semiconductor processors, which are significant, and they also don't need like a lot of equipment. Like the actual single satellite would be like 500, like maybe 100 Seabills, maybe 500 tops, and because like it doesn't need a lot of like it's put in place by a reusable ship that can be used for a bunch of other things, and which is the small craft that Jun is developing. And it's yeah, but the big thing is it's also capable of providing information to cross orbit, and cross orbit is Jun's design for orbital targeting data for the Cortoms, right? So these can just be left in space, and you can target because these are void capable, right? So you can just leave them in space and say, "Hey, if you come here, we're gonna shoot. We're gonna blow you up." And because these are capable of re-entry, even if the dropship lands on the planet, these guys are already on the way. I just find the idea of this hilarious because it's just the concept of, oh hey, this is a 2000 Seabill missile that you just can deploy and hit basically anything on that side of the planet. Maybe not literally, but like for a good percentage of a hemisphere, these missiles can hit them. No, so from what I've been able to find, BattleTech went to optical, right? Which means that I think the issue with a lot of their tech is that they are not because of the way optics work. They're probably locked into a fairly narrow band of viable frequencies. Like I would hate to try and like use X-rays or radio waves for compute technologies. So they're probably like somewhere in the visible light spectrum, and that's still got like a few centimeters of wavelength, right? What's the wavelength of red light? Yeah, that's like almost a millimeter in terms of yeah, wavelengths of blue and red light. Yeah, that's like that's about half a millimeter of wavelength for the base, like, so you can't do like you can't do really small process nodes with optical compute because you're stuck dealing with somewhere between like a millimeter and half a millimeter wavelength for your like electron equivalent. So you can't do like angstrom scale compute, right? You can't do micrometer you can't do like the tiny ass compute that is say the tiny ass process nodes that you can for semiconductor stuff, and you're probably using a lot of yeah. So the other thing is that you're also probably dealing with like a lot of large blocks of glass as your optical medium, which means that they probably once you get up to the right size, like the equivalent size processing blocks, like if you only consider the processors, the optical processors are probably better than semiconductor shit. The only problem is, um, like at least for the same amount of power and like for the speed of processing, you're probably better with optical, but the semiconductor stuff is more compact, it's lighter, and you can use smaller process nodes. So like it's compact. Like on a what do you call it? On an equivalent process node, optical is probably better. But you can get smaller process nodes. You might not be able to hit the same clock speeds, but most cases you don't need the insane clock speeds of pure optical, and you can use lighter, uh, much smaller and lighter chips because you're not dealing with like 3D propagation like you are with light. You can have wafer thin silicon processors, and that means that hey, suddenly, you've got cheap satellites and missiles that can whack you from orbit, and yeah. Which meant that you need to speak with the golden about installing KCC in this uh, with your yeah. So yeah, the way I've kind of explained it is that yes, microprocessors are more susceptible to EM interference, and therefore they are. The big thing is that they are they can get screwed with in a jump, but you can kind of get around that for most use cases by loading your firmware into an optical chip, and you can kind of hybridize the systems. Um, so if you can't get enough shielding, you do have there are other options, but like you can do redundant compute for like space-based applications, and you can EM hardening is a pain, right? So like if you really need something to survive EM hardening, then you probably want optical systems. But yeah. Uh, I mean, this is effectively the equivalent of like I believe I said it was some like a 10 micrometer node process. Semiconductor fabrication, yada yada. Yeah, I said it was like it's like a 70s computer chip. They actually can last a while, right? You can have the chip last like you can have the chip last like a decade, maybe like even a couple of decades, but after that it would be problematic. The optical computers will just keep going for pretty much forever, and they'll last for like hundreds of years. But you don't always need your systems to last hundreds of years. At least that is the opinion of Jun. If you haven't noticed, a lot of Jun's tech is like well suited to the periphery. You check in with your a/n reminder on and your see not send home is happening. If you want to refine present possible scouting action. Also, what's her face? Yeah. But yeah, so the idea is, because of all of the advancements being made in Illyria and Lothario, they're both of the neighbors, the Circinians and the Marians, who are both slaver states, are basically saying, if we don't do something about these guys right now, they're going to get too big for us to deal with, right? That's kind of what these two, they're the immediate neighbors of both Illyria and Lothario are thinking, especially since a couple of raids have gone pretty badly, and Comstar is going to be like stoking those fires. The Leaguers are going to be stoking those fires. Loki is going to be like using this as an opportunity to test anti-Alat tactics. And overall, you're going to say but around the time Jun comes back from Bolin, I'm going to have everything boil over into a full invasion of Lothario and of the Lothian League and the Illyrian Palatinate. So, which is going to which is kind of the transition into Arc 2/3, depending on if you count the Melpomene stuff. But so far, we've been in like the first proper arc, which is Vit and Jun establishing themselves in the inner sphere, right? The next is going to be like actually facing the kind of chaos that the inner sphere will do to people who are getting too big. Also, Washi is going to be returning at some point. We'll get the briefing. Yeah. You will get the briefing regardless. But you can also set up an activity that if you be yeah. Right. I am switching to LibreOffice because Windows decided that they needed to put Copilot in my notepad. Pisses me off so much. preferentially happening. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna double check that against word. Just to make sure that there are no all for that. Yeah, cool, there are no issues with that. I'm gonna go get some water and maybe say hi to someone because I think I heard them arrive. And then we will get to the story writing. But yeah, I'm planning on some interesting stuff with crossword. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm back? Oh, God. Yeah! On bones and the crash test. It doesn't really need. I suppose. Did you tomorrow is October 26th. Is going to be 27th. MIA. And road words. What? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh. 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 Uh, 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 hmm. Uh, um, uh, uh, thank you. Finish some of the healing. The info attack things. Right. What is it now? The engine extracted memory. Have a few more designs for you to they have to... Oh, maybe Illyria. They're already done. If they're ready. And maybe in 2 weeks. Technically, I start on from email. Grayson was unimpressed, and you couldn't have told me before this? Uh, I only finished the design for I didn't last day here. After the moment. Sequence. I guess we'll need to know where it is going to end. They follow in this is the um, um, If well, we can't really show you much of this, but we first up, up. This was small. It was a very small various other fluids. This is a modification. This is another boss, basic. One designed to handle designed to handle a Star League standard nav points. They can be exported from most I've taken to calling orbit since it's specifically designed with up to Is it not enough? Yeah. What? Back to the so design this to go along. Candy core. Entry capable variant on the so pretty similar to the longer range, better handling, and capable operating in assuming you um, at least or most standard, at least for this. Yes, can be it can initiate or it can initiate insertion and operate and engage passive guidance until it is in the vicinity of the target and save active thrust for once close enough. You can initiate so cross compatible with the Cosmo payloads. Simplifying and okay. Anything else? This is actually something he already said something I was working on for. I think I mentioned it a while back. Will not will work out, but that um the that let's I've refined them a little, and and I've also worked a package for um the full schematics for the control chips. Aggressive. That should. I remember. Something about the previous design of yeah, I remember something about design. For the out. Was it something to do? I found so I found some better phosphor uh for emulations in the ETUs. Um uh, not being we already learned that. Yes, but uh, yes, but it's not as bright as it's but any reasonable brightness was too hot. Found some better optical tech and some nice stuff, which some was too hot for it. Yes, but they were too. Yes, but they were too low. Good enough for the Sims. That kind of thing. Why not use and two power. Fine for and bulky. Fine for our previous use cases, but not for the new computers. We want to make not for something as portable for you know, as no. Should be. There must be. Where is it? From this should be easy enough. Probably the palms and the nude and the rest on Nathar. Okay, maybe right back.